Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. What do we got cooking today? Hmm. Looks like there's not too much here until we get below previous day value low. We're just trading within yesterday's value. Right? This is yesterday's value here at 500 to 515. Same thing with NQ here at our
10 minutes ago now
235
to get the EIA crude
to
oil inventories
340.
data. Forecast for EIA crude oil inventories a draw of 1.9 million, prior was a draw of 3.775 million.
So I think all we're watching for is what is price due here.
Also looking at a range of a build of 0.657 million to a draw of 4.328 million. Gasoline inventory is looking for a draw of 1.722 million, prior was a draw of 2.33 million. EIA distillate inventory is looking for a build of 1.05 million, prior was a build of 2.483 million. Cushing inventories, prior was a build of 0.709 million.
Do we hold these lows on news?
Just a reminder, last night with the API data, API crude oil stock change came in at a draw of 0.399 million compared to the expected draw of 1.5 million.
This is what I'm going to be watching for, I think, for the foreseeable future until we figure out if we're going to be able to get outside of yesterday's value or not. Oh, I should change the, sorry, this leg is too short. So let's see if we can flip this. This is not visible. This is previous day value high here. Watching to see if we can breach outside of this. There we go. Perfect.
Just a heads up, Trump is speaking again with the Syrian president.
Oh, great. Okay. So these are our basic paths so far on the day. And put that in chat.
So we do have the video. We'll pop out the video on the link on the feed shortly.
Let me put that in intraday. Some very clear absorption into 360 to 400 on NQ. Very clear. Same thing with ES at 520 to 524. All right, like 519 to 524. Yeah. Okay. Again, we're just trading within yesterday's value. So until we breach outside of it, there's
5
really
minutes ago now to get
not a
the
ton
EIA
here.
crude oil inventories data. Forecast is for a draw of 1.9 million. Prior was a draw of 3.775 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.722 million. Prior was a draw of 2.333 million. Distillate inventories forecast for a build of 1.05 million. Prior was a build of 2.483 million. And Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.709 million. Trump says Syria could help with Hezbollah. We'll find out.
Does this look like something that you have a lot of confidence in move-wise, that we're going to do anything new?
Germany's
If you look
Chancellor
at our
Merz
5
says
minute,
there is no final decision on an extension of the NATO pipeline system towards the eastern flank of the alliance.
does this look like we have a clear trend right now in our pathing and in our structure? Or does it look like we're in a pretty balanced range with no clear direction other than absorption above us? How do we know that there's some absorption above us right now? What are some signs? What are some POCs above us? Let's what do we see here? You know? It's like all of this
Trump says
liquidity that we
Netanyahu
can't get
has been a
through.
great wartime prime minister.
Right. So we just want to show interest above these values first. But like what's below us? Well, we know that we have this daily POC below us, right? So our current range is very clear, which is kind of what I'm getting at. You've got these two areas of interest with clear absorption above. Again, 519, 524 is just like very clear offer. And then you have our daily POC down here, where we're seeing like pretty big interactions. So until we can, push below and hold or push above and hold, you're expecting kind of a reversion between them until a decision is made. And we can see that that's happening, right? You can see the previous candle. We're holding the POC to value of it, which has been the same value across, right? No ability to push above that. And it's the same value lows as well, with the same lower POCs holding. So you're getting that bid like this until we are able to interact outside and sustain.
Trump says maybe we'll do some things that could increase oil price.
Which is why I've been saying there's not much to do until we get out of here. Just trading yesterday's value.
Just keep an eye on oil prices anyway. Oil rising session high. Brent trading near $79.50 a barrel.
But PVZ giving you what you need. ES to value high to value low so far. Russell weakest with VWAP and day open holding as resistance, lower highs. NQ and ES sideways. Well, RTY very clearly leading.
Besant on Iran and oil says, I think maybe US oil should trade at a premium. It's again, Besant on Iran and oil says, I think maybe US oil should trade at a premium. Also 1 minute to go now to get the EIA inventories.
Let me highlight the absorption that I'm seeing on ES and NQ on our delta. Just so you can see that as well. Look at these highs on our delta profile.
Trump says nobody is able to get Iranian uranium except the US. 10 seconds
A lot
to the
of effort
data.
up there, yeah. Not a lot of ability to move above it.
A build of 2.998 million, a build of 2.998 million compared to the expected draw of 1.9 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 1.904 million, a draw of 1.904 million compared to the expected draw of 1.722 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 4.980 million compared to the expected build of 1.05 million. Crude Cushing inventories coming in at a draw of 0.052 million. Trump, when asked about ground troops in Iran, says, why would I do that? Trump on Spain as well says, we're going to see what happens with the EU.
I think Russell is going to be our lead. Maybe down to 62. If we continue to fail here at 72 to 74. There's just so much absorption on ES, man. They're now trying to absorb at 710s here. It's a big deal. I'm assuming that what we're trying to do is now defend previous day value in POC as resistance. And they're going to try to breach our lows. And then what we're going to be watching for is what happens as we push down into this guy here. I'm assuming that that's what they're going to try to do, right? They're trying to absorb here now, and they're trying to send us below. And what we're going to do is what we did on our pathing, which is either come into this 98, 94 area, and then recover this, and then rotate it again. Or, right, hold this as a resistance, actually, and then continue on our way. And we'll see, but they're really trying to take in size here at 510s right now.
Inventories report on the feed for you to read through.
That's my first guess if Russell shows this weakness here at 72, 74.
Just a heads up, Trump is speaking about Walmart again. So Brent and WTI crude futures holding gains after release of the weekly EIA crude oil inventories. US refined product exports hit a record 8.7 million barrels a day last week. US crude exports fell to the lowest since November last week. Trump says oil is coming down very big.
Very big.
Also, Trump says oil prices may lift a little bit. Adding that anytime we hit Iran, oil goes up. It's all right. Trump says, I think Israel will withdraw from southern Lebanon. Trump says, I spoke to Netanyahu about troops in southern Lebanon. Iran's press TV, citing informed source, says Iran will close Strait of Hormuz in an event of any fresh attacks on Iran. US crude stocks, and including SPR, fell in the latest week to the lowest since May of 1984, according to the EIA.
By far. He just won't shut up. He cannot stay quiet. It is the most frustrating thing. It is so frustrating. But we've also never had a president who day trades before, so it makes sense why he talks so much. Trump has traded more than any other president. Not only has he traded more than any other president,
press TV,
he's traded
citing
more than all of them combined.
Says Iran will strike enemy
this
targets
year
at
alone.
a ratio of at least 2 to 1.
I think statistically, he's taken more trades this year than all of Congress in the last 10 years. Everyone was giving Pelosi so much shit, and then like he's out traded her, and like volume wise, and like hasn't reported anything, hasn't done anything. Like, I mean, he yaps, man. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's pumping stocks, pumping the market. He's actively day trading. Like, that's what his filings have shown. Actively day trading. If I had the ability as well, right? Like, it makes sense why he's doing what he's doing. He literally can say whatever he wants and he moves the market.
Trump concludes remarks to reporters.
Insanity. Almost here into PT off of our NQ 510s, pushing down into value low now. This 500 to 494. We just watch to see what we do into our lows. No change here, still just within our range. Nothing crazy, but we're doing what we thought. Just gotta watch to see how we interact here. Yeah, man, I don't know. At least I don't listen to his speeches anymore. That was the worst time of my life, having to listen to like Carolina Levitt and Trump every day. I just stopped. I was like, it's just not worth it. Now I just let him yap. It is what it is. This is your full rotation of previous day value here on NQ and ES. We're watching to see what we do here as we push down into this LVN and previous day value. Do we hold and rotate, or does this hold and offer? Unsure as of yet, but we're just doing what we thought. And not a ton to do here until we get out of value. Pretty obvious with the absorption that we saw at our highs. And there it is, your take of your value low at 500, pushing into that 496. This is where we watch to see if they take here. I would assume they try to hold and absorb down here. We would need to get below 240 and below like 98 to 94 on ES for me to think that we go down further. We'll see. A lot of absorption down here from buyers so far. Just like we saw absorption from sellers up here into these highs. We're watching now to see how these guys eat up these guys, right? All these sellers that are loading the boat down here. Do they continue to load the boat, right? Or do we trap and then rotate again our range like we have drawn into these lows, right? We're going to see them getting eaten so far.
US exports of petroleum products in the latest week rose to a record high, according to the EIA.
This is what we see, right? Very clear sellers down here getting absorbed into our 96 to 500. And we had this very clear buying absorption into our highs. So we're just keeping our eye on these two areas because this is where they're taken in. We'll see if they continue to hold this or if we can like sweep below and then reoffer a previous day value low here at our 500. We have buyers at 175, 200 on NQ, potentially into this LVN, right? Which is what we have marked as well, where we thought there'd be potentially a bid at that 200, and then we would look for a pop back over a 240 for continuation back through. Back into our range. On a look back over 240. So we're just keeping our eye on this low, right? It's either going to flip on this LVN or it'll hold as resistance. So far, again, I think that this is going to be a bid into our lows. And I'm looking to play it as such as well, just like our pathing suggests. We need Russell to find a low for that bid to really pick up though, or sell side will continue to try to take in here and push us below. You can see them trying to load the boat right now into these lows. We need to see this as absorption. All these sellers get pushed off sides. And then we want to see a clear rotation back above this POC to value for a recovery, because then that gives us a full rotation back up. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Do we see what I'm talking about? They'll look into this area, and then the higher low, that's going to be the important thing. Can we get the higher low for us to recover this to rotate back up? Or are they going to hold this, and is this seller that's sitting here going to win and then defend this and then rotate us down off of it instead? So we watch to see how we build on this candle. You can see them trying to load the boat, right? We can see them. Watch this. RTY still leading down. I'd like to see a better retest here. 200 holding on ES. That's our 30-second opening range. Or sorry, on NQ. It's our 30-second opening range low. ES starting to lead down with Russell. I'd like to see a better reoffer here. So far, we're seeing sell side in control, which is good. Watching to see if we can get a reoffer of this low here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to. Watching. I'd like to see 95s again on ES for entry. Personally. Sell side really trying to slam this thing at 170 on NQ. Come on. Figure it out here. I want to see this tail get retested. We're here, right? Do we trap into this low and then look back, or does this now hold as resistance or circled areas? That is all we're watching for here. We want to see them clearly defend this white circle. Sorry, I made it move on. Okay, testing into our area of interest on ES now. NQ as well. Are we going to trap these sellers below? Looking like it to me. We'll see. Still very two-sided. We should get our decision here relatively soon. This is where they gotta defend if they're gonna put in that lower high. Or again, we'll do the full rotation. At our 95 now in ES, which is where I wanted us to be. Watching to see if they take in here and push down. Defending our retest like we have drawn. Defending this 95 to like 98. 500 area. We need to see that flip back over 500s if we're going up. Or this is where they'll absorb and then they'll try to rotate us. Testing into previous day value on NQ and on ES here. Looking back above, trapping these sellers into our lows. Watching to see if we find a higher bid. So what we need to see from this point is if we reject 500s, do we trap the buyer here? And can we get back below this POC for that continuation down? Trapping these guys here off of a failure, or does this hold and can we show that interest over 500s for this rotation back up to 512? That is all we care about, is this interaction here into our circled areas. Do you see how that bid is trying to step on the gas here? Exactly what we have plotted, right? This becomes our defense, where that buyer is now trying their hardest to build here. above for that rotation back up. And if we fail here, that then is going to lead to our downside on that look back below 200s now, because now we have an actual sell side. We have a seller down here we know about. We have a buyer up here we know about. This is our pivot. So now we either trap these guys off of a hold here, or we trap these guys off of our hold here, right? This becomes our secondary move. This is why we want to be patient, because it's going to tell us which way we go by the higher
China
low
plans
or the
to let
lower
top
high
AI
here.
firms buy limited amount of NVIDIA H200 chips. Did also see a little bit of movement towards the upside on NVIDIA over the back of the headline that China to let top AI companies buy some NVIDIA H200 chips, according to the information. According to Fox News, the US military is ready to restart blockade of Iran if ordered to. So as said, NVIDIA shares rising, quickly extending gain up 0.8%. I've also posted out the article from the information on the feed for you to read through as well. So as Fox News citing US official on readiness to restart naval blockade.
Both holding a higher low so far. Watching our retests. I need to see a very clear flip of 200s and offer on NQ for me to care, or this is just going to be a bid back up to 240. This is where we want to see a very clear defense now of this POC on this candle, or again, it'll be another failure. Watching RTY as it tests lows. We want to see that start to lead down if we're going to hold these pivots and sweep, or again, this is a higher low on the smaller time frame. Watching. $30 until new 15s. No ability to close above 240 or below 200s right now on NQ. No ability to close above 500s on ES or below this 90.94 on ES. We're watching our new 15 open to let us know direction. We've built really clear areas here on this candle so far.
Greenland Prime Minister says that Greenland is not for sale. Territorial integrity, international law, and our right to self-determination must be respected. Russia's Novak says that some Russian refineries were damaged in attacks, adding that gasoline production has been cut.
It's a little two-sided to me. This is calling a bid at 200 to 170 for a look back through to 320, but I think it's a little risky. Let's see what they do. They're following my pathing, right? They're trying to buy this, holding POC to value low here, but I think it's a little too soon to call it. We can see that ES is holding our 494. Testing our lows now. I just want us out of this area, either above value of our previous candle or below value, and like actually show directionality here with the sweep.
Novak says Russia bans diesel export.
Again, they have the stop here at 150 with the bid here at 205 or 200.
Novak also says we are importing fuel.
That's why I'm like
saying that we're increasing production of low-class fuel.
Russell's still leading down. Need that bid. We have very clear pivots. Again, we just need to get out of here and show which way we're going to break. ES much more weaker than NQ right now with Russell leading down. Very clearly holding our pivot to the downside, whereas NQ is maintaining where it needs to. We're just watching to see if it can flip that 240 or if they hold that.
Seeing shares of Nvidia now 1% after the information reports that China plans to let top AI firms buy a limited amount of companies' H200 chips.
Holy, get me out of here. Make a decision.
UK 2 yields rising 15 basis points, the biggest daily jump since March. Also, keep an eye on diesel futures extending gains to 13% on the day.
Now this is the market we all love. Yeah, me either, Sar. Ugh. I think if we can figure out which way we're gonna go here, though, we'll get some pretty quick speed. We just need to see who we're
Seeing
trapping.
oil extending gains, Brent crude rising above $80 a barrel.
It's literally just like, can we get outside of value above here, or can we get below here, right? We're just trading within this. It's so two-sided. Same thing on ES, right? Can we get above this guy here and get back in for the rotations up and take out these? Or is this going to hold POC of previous candle and our like 94 to 500 as resistance, and then like actually sweep these lows? We figure out which way we go here. I think we'll have enough size to actually be a little bit more deterministic. Like, it's just so stuck right now. But all of this liquidity, right, will be punished eventually. It's just taken quite some time here. Is Trump still talking? Is that what's going on, or are they? Is he done yapping? see if we can hold. Testing into our value low now on NQ. RTY still flat, holding lower wick lows. Yes, by far holding the best at our pivot, but still maintaining our low. Again, we got to get either back above previous day value and bid, or we will maintain this and just continue to chop until we see this sweeper step in and actually shove this thing down. Kind of brutal, yeah. I mean, just a bit. Again, though, like this is going to create the liquidity event that we need. The problem is I just don't know if we need to come back up to retest 510 first if we fail here at our pivot shift at 94s on ES. This is going to be really important to let us know if we can actually sweep this low here or if they hold this. The amount of like effort that is being exerted down here is a little crazy. But the issue is that we have so much absorption into 510, 520 on ES and into our 320, 380 on NQ. So it's just like, okay, what happens down here? Is this guy at 200 is going to be able to shift, right, from our 320 to now this 200? And then can this sweeper actually do something here into our 160, 180 for follow through? If we can start to get that push below, right, our value of our previous candle, and actually, you know, defend this tail as resistance from our flip here, like, yeah, we're going to start to get some speed. But they need to follow through on these lows. It's incredibly important right now. Like they very clearly have are attempting to shift here at 200s, but this now has to sweep this 160 low into this new 15, which opens in 40 seconds or 50 seconds. There's attempting to sweep now.
According to Wall Street Journal, Trump is to get a list of Spanish goods to consider for embargo.
Testing our lows here on ES into our 85. No break yet. Very clear absorption into 90.92. Buys sitting down at 75s right now.
That's Wall Street Journal reporter citing he was official on Spanish products in a post on X.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to move that. New 15s have opened, holding our 85 lows on ES so far. Coming back up to retest our 9092 where that guy is sitting now, trying to take in buy. Again, NQ trying to defend 160.
So just a heads up, Trump and Turkey's President Erdogan are due to speak soon.
There's your shift. We want to see this push down to like 75s ideally, if we're going to hold this 85 now on ES. NQ 160 is being defended, pushing new low. NQ leading down with Russell. ES 85s have to be defended here. I'm going to have to delete pathing shortly so that I can move charts. But very good hold of our pivot. No ability to push back into previous day value, right? Just like we were watching for. Very clear hold of our an absorption into POC of our previous candle. Open below, took out our value lows, and now we have some follow through with buyers offsides. This should lead to a pretty solid move down here, at least to 75s on ES. 10 points from 85 and 95.
That's
Right?
a
It's 20
100
points.
extended decline to 1%, session low.
Watching. Okay, I have to shift this. I'm sorry. Okay, so we trapped, beautiful trap, failure to get back over our 500s like we talked about. No ability to bid and hold that. We now have a downtrend forming where we were able to hold yesterday's value as resistance without that higher low bid. We trapped above, and we are now watching to see if we can go for that London low, I think. Your first target is this 75, but we've got downside targets into our London low if we can start to form here. Watching our 85 retest. I think 141.60 will give you your test that you want, Ty. We'll see. Same thing here at 90 on ES. Just POC retest of our previous candle. Testing now. Let's see what they offer. Here, I mean, I'm going to go to a smaller time frame so you can see what's happening. Just think of this as a distribution, boys. This isn't crazy. Look at what we're doing right now. That 85 is not done. Just watch to see if we take in and then look back below. Think of it like this. Look what we're doing. This is our 85 here. This is that value low. This is a big level. So do we push back in from this and fail on look back through? Or does this hold and then bid back up? We just need to see which way we're going to go here. We haven't changed. Nothing has changed in the narrative. We just didn't get the defense. We still have buyers offsides above our pivot. We still have buyers offsides here, potentially. We need to flip for us to be bullish. Just because we're rotating up and your stop is too tight because you're over leveraged doesn't mean the trade plan has changed. You being over leveraged and having too tight of a stop in a downtrend is not, that is a personal issue. Remember that. Nothing has invalidated the downtrend. RTY is still leading down. There's still no shift. We are still absorbing where we need to. We're still holding POCs of previous candles. Nothing has changed. Remember, follow through. Stop looking at your candles and look at the structure. What's the structure? Don't get lost in the lower time frame. What is it happening on the 15? Have we shifted? Or are we maintaining? Where do we need to hold? Where do we need to fly through? What needs to happen? Where's absorption occurring, right? Ask yourself these questions. That's what leads you to profitability. We just held our 141.60. We absorbed where we needed to. Those guys are now offsides above into 141.60. We're now retesting this absorption into 100s. Very clear seller on NQ at our 141.60. Exactly where we thought they would be. These guys are now screwed into this. Now we watch to see if sell side will sweep this low or if this is going to maintain. Again, same thing on ES into our 85 to 90. Look at that, all that absorption that just happened. Russell taking out London low, watching to see if we get follow through here or if that's that. This is what that absorption looked like on NQ into that 141.60.
US stocks extending full, Nasdaq down 1%.
RTY leading, lower highs holding, continuation, ADR at 020 on NQ. ES target 75s like we talked about, and then 68s London low.
Continuing to fall, down 1% at a session low.
Watching Russell to see if we get that continuation. Russell leads momentum wise. Why is 75 not being marked here on this chart? Yeah, that's my first risk off here. I have taken off 15 contracts on MES at 75, holding 15. ADR target on NQ, and then London low target. God, that breakdown took way too long. Seeing some absorption here into 040 on NQ so far, but nothing crazy yet. They're just taking in some size. See if this will be our new flip. I could see 040 holding and then a rotation back up to
Benchmark
100s
European diesel
potentially here
margins rise to record $60.17 a barrel
for a
after Russia
retest
bans exports.
of POC. I'm being preemptive. I don't know if this is going to play or not, but I see the potential retest of this area here to like 120, 100 off of a 40 hold, and then maybe a continuation down off of that for a 020 move. I mean, we'll see what they do here, but they're trying to take in size right now into 70s. I just don't know if it's going to actually hold or not. Downtrend is intact. It's nothing crazy. This is just like the first little bit of size that we've seen them take. Looking to take off a little bit more on ES into 68s into our New York AM low. As soon as we take that guy out. Took off another 5 lots here, just in case. I think we take out those stops, though. I don't know how much further we're going to go down from there, but I would assume that we take out that low.
According to CNN, citing sources, the US is still deciding what the next round of strikes on Iran looks like. So from the article, the US is facing a very dynamic environment, among its next move against Iran after a fresh round of strikes put the two sides' interim agreement on point of collapse, according to a US official with the knowledge of the ongoing military deliberations speaking to CNN. Yeah, like you can see them at this 40 still trying to defend. That's why I thought we might come up to that 100 if they continue. We just need to see what they're going to do here. You're seeing Russell at 48s as well, seeing a little size where we could come back up to like 58 to 60 on RTY. If now that Russell's taken out London low, right? That's leading here. So now that we've taken that out, we've stopped out all those guys. It's like, okay, well, we might need to come back up first to like here. If we don't, I mean, we'll see what they do, but we'll watch to see if they'll defend this low, 50-52. If they can defend this, then we don't need to come up. But if they can't, then I would expect that Russell will gain a little momentum to come back up to this absorption where this node is. You can see that on our volume profile here. And then we figure out what we want to do from there. So just watching to see if we hold this and rotate down off of this for continuation in this downtrend, or if Russell short-term momentum starts to show interest, right? We're just channeling down on Russell. So like, is this going to hold, and are we going to be able to defend this pivot for continuation, or do we need to come back up and retest this node here? And that's why we are looking at this 40 level on NQ as well, because this was the first area where we saw some desire. And it's like, oh, okay, well, where was the last interaction where we found a buyer? Well, at 100, right, for this little bounce. So if we come back up and then we see that this bid is now an offer and they're willing to take in and defend here, that would make sense short term for us to structurally figure out what we want to do. New 15's just open. Let's see what they want, what they do.
Yes, just testing POC of previous candle, defending it so far, very clear. They're willing to take in and defend. Buyers off sides into highs. We need to see them break lows. They're trying, with Russell defending our edge. Buyers got absolutely ruined on NQ into 80s there. So far into new 15s. We're going to see what they do.
So the Russian government says diesel exports ban in place until July 31st, contained facts.
Just putting this next to it so that you can see what I'm referring to. You can also see it on footprint, but very clear.
Book gold extending losses last down nearly 2%.
I'm really trying to focus on the 15-minute levels for you guys, and I know it's going to be a bit of a shock at first, and it's going to feel a little awkward, and you're going to be like, I don't know where to interact, but I think that it's going to be more helpful. Again, like I'm showing you the interactions here on the smaller time frames as well, but the focus is on the 15-minute time frame. What's happening there, right? We won't want to lose sight of the bigger picture. I don't want you to get too obsessed with the 30 second. 30 seconds for execution based off of our areas of interest that we find on the 15. You need to always remember that. That's why we've been focusing on that and our pivots that are built off of that. It's like, are we maintaining value of our previous candle? Are we doing anything new? What are we looking for? Where are we looking for these interactions? It's going to take a little practice for you to get comfortable trading around it, but like it's a necessary skill. Because if we can trade off a 15-minute structure, you're going to garner a ton more points than just trading off of your 30-second and 5-minute. We're trying to retest our absorption here into 60 to 80 on NQ, watching to see if we can flip for this rotation up into 100. Russell still no interest below or above. How we're determining which way we're going to go is solely based off of like what this is our RTY structure. This is how I came up with our levels. Do you see our two delta areas here? This is that. Right? So we see like this big delta take where we have this shelf that was forming. So like they're either going to continue to take in here into 50, or we're going to rotate back up probably to this guy up here into 58, which is where I said we'd most likely go. So really watching to see how we interact here, because if these guys can't absorb and hold, then we probably need to come back up here first before we can continue onwards down.
Traders boost
Russell
ECB
will
rate
let us
bets
know.
in favor 2 25 base point hikes by the year end.
We're creating some beautiful pivots here on ES. Just put a fixed range on this low from this leg. Now we know where we need to breach. And hold for continuation down. There it is. And we know where we're headed. And now it's just the interaction between this value and this value. While we wait for Russell to make a decision. Of course, ES is going to retrace, right? As NQ comes back up to our area of interest at this 100. from our hold of our 040 that we talked about, where that absorption started to show. Do we see that absorption on this candle? Sellers in this low. Pushing back up to our value high. So just an inside bar right now. But let's see what they do with it. Can we show interest outside and sustain it? Or does this trap into this high and then rotate
Traders
through?
boost Bank of England rate bets
down?
favor 225 basis point hikes by the year end.
Again, I think RTY will determine our direction into this 50-52. Either it flips and then we rotate back up to 58s first, or 50-52 holds and then we rotate back down off of an aggressive sell. Can't get more downside though until Russell loses that momentum, just like usual. Right now we are balanced at this value high, holding, rotating back up, watching to see if they take in size here, and then rotate us down through this range off of a failure, or if we start to sustain. We're back to my break even here at 86 on ES on my runners. Stops at 91, just above our POC from that previous range. We're watching to see if we hold this edge or if this rejects, and it's either like flips and then we rotate this value, or we absorb here again and then rotate down. I don't have an answer for you yet. It's going to be dependent what Russell wants to do here into our pivot. This is where we absorbed last at 141.60 on NQ.
Seyhan Port set at 13.8 million barrels in August versus 15.8 million barrels in July, according to schedule.
Watching Russell. Russell is leading, remember. Lost some momentum here. Let's see if we can hold this 50-52. Start to show that weakness. ES at our pivot, 86 to 91 at the value edge. We got to get back below 80s, or this is just balanced with a higher low while we wait for new 15s. Let's see if Russell can lead. Russell retesting lows. As we push into 76 to 78, this will be your first risk off if you're playing off 85 for the basically 10 points here as we retest our value edge. We're watching to see if Russell will lead down. NQ as well, right? Look at our 15-minute. What have we done? We've retested into our known absorption, and we're now watching to see if we can hold these guys off sides and make a lower high to rotate us back below. We have to get below 040 here for anything real, or it's just balanced with an offside participant outside. We want Russell to lead down. Remember, Russell is our momentum. We are now trading between our 85 and this 79, right? Value high to value low of these two distributions. This is still a higher low. We just need to see what we're going to do here on RTY. We have 4 minutes left on these candles. Later, Czar. Have a good day, man. Retesting our big buyer here on Russell at 48 as resistance. Seeing if we're going to put in a lower high on retest. This is your first risk off, just like we talked about, from our 85, 86 area into 80, 79, whatever you want to call it. Just bottom of our short-term range while we wait. We have a minute 30 left on this candle. I think that determines direction. This is a 1-to-1 trade right now while we are waiting. Just
According to
filled
state
more at
media,
79s.
8 Iranian army members killed in US attacks on southern parts of Iran.
Again, that's your first risk off. Russell lead still happening. Yes, holding value of previous candle, but POC of yet last. We're looking to see if we can flip this like our pathing suggests at our pivot. We want to see if we can get below here at the 78.80 area for the rotation back down to rotate this lower range. We held our
Also
resistance.
from Iranian state media, in response to those attacks, says that it will take revenge for the blood of the martyrs of Iran.
Again, a great 1.5 to 1 trade so far based off of our 76. Just watching to see if we can get any continuation here. What do I mean by that? Let me zoom in real quick. Like I said, I'm just trading off of this 86 to 91. I added size there into that pivot. I played it down to our value here at 79.80 and took off size. So I have 8 contracts left. I had a total of 25, right? I've taken off half, and I'm now just in this position now from our 85 to 91, looking for us to rotate through this lower auction potentially if we can flip it. Right, but very clear this is still our resistance up here. We're just building in between, like I said, this guy here at 79 and this guy here at 86. There's nothing else to do other than wait with Russell leading it down. Right, it's holding our pivot. It's doing what we thought. It's just taking a bit longer. It doesn't mean that you can't make money. You just need to be willing to take off at first target, right? While we wait. And now the trade's free and I can let it be with the same average as before. No change in anything that we talked about. Russell is leading our direction. How did you know that sellers would step in? Just, I mean, yeah, it's a downtrend, overall weakness, very clear absorption above us. I don't know that we were going to step in, but it's the same offer as before. So it's my same average in the same sell side. What I'm watching for is the Russell downtrend that's leading the market to the downside, while NQ is balanced here in inside candles, right? It's just a distribution before we get our next leg. So basically, like in a downtrend or in any sort of like price movement, we need to have some sort of consolidation before we can get another leg down where we gather liquidity, right? Before we can then figure out what we want to do. So like the idea here is that we have to create distributions first before we can get actual movement, right? So we get right, like this is like a consolidation here, which then breaks down. Let me do this a little bit better for you. We have this consolidation, right? We have a range basically that formed overnight. That was this high to this low, right? Which created a box. We failed at the highs. We then held the lows and have rotated down. We then created another distribution here, which is our fixed range. And we failed at the highs. And then we retested, showing that that offer had moved down. And then we rotated down. And then we consolidated again. And then we came up and retested that same seller that initiated before that we took our short on. So for me, I am now playing around this guy because I've already know that he's here. Right? Like we've already acknowledged that presence there. This is our overnight POC. This was our pivot here where we took our original short for this rotation down. So we're just retesting this guy while we wait for Russell to figure out what it wants to do. And so I know that I can play pretty safely, like NQ is just going to chop in between these two. while we wait to figure out if we're either going to get back into this range for this rotation back up, or get back into this range for this rotation back down, right? So we're just stuck in between two auctions right now, is basically what I'm saying. So I'm playing off of the value low here, and I'm looking for us to trade back into this. So I know that I have basically a 1-to-1 setup. What I mean by 1-to-1 is that our stop, right? We're looking for this as our target, and this is our risk. So we have basically a 1-to-1 here with our, 85 to 91, and our, there you go. And then just into this value edge here at 79.80. So I know that our overall direction is to the downside. So the probabilities on my side that this is going to be a better trade than trying to long here until we see a right side of V. So I'm better off looking for this as a short retest for a rotation at least down to here, with potential for this 1-to-1 to turn into something much larger. 2 is your next risk off here into 75, 74, into POC. But like this can turn into a much larger trade, but it's just a retest and reoffer of our downtrend from our failure where our sellers sat last. That's all. And again, like Russell is leading. So as long as that Russell trade continues to work and that there's no momentum there, it continues to make more sense to look for the downside continuation trade until we see a right side of V, which is, right, a look back above this, and then a show that we've reclaimed a previous seller, and now this is a supportive bid, and then we can use that as our risk for then an upside move like that. That's all. So it's just like a recovery of our value would be beneficial to let us know that we want to go up then instead of down. Again, this is your first real risk off here for secondary targets. It's now 2-to-1 risk to reward off our 85 to 91. Hopefully that was helpful. But again, like RTY held exactly where we needed, which is our 50 to 52. We talked about that. Like it either holds here and then continues down, or we flip and go back up to that 58s first. Like those are really our only two options. And if like that momentum wants to continue to the downside, I'm not going to be the guy who tries to counter trend trade continuation without a right side of V. The only time you'll see me do that is if like we're very clearly holding and respecting POCs as supportive. And like what we're not doing is that we're holding POC to value of our previous candle as resistance still. We're not showing any sort of acceptance outside of our 15-minute value area, right? This is our value high of this candle. This is our value low of this candle. Have we shown any sort of acceptance outside of this area? No, like all we did was absorb and then rotate back through. So we know that until we show interest outside of value and can hold it as supportive, that we're more than likely going to be rotating in an inside structure between this value high and this POC to value low, right? Because we've identified the buyers. We can see them on this footprint candle. We know that sellers are absorbing here into this high, which is where we shorted, and we know that the buyer is here into this low. How do we know that? Well, we can literally see them on footprint, right? So that's the range. So until we flip this and can hold it as supportive, like I have no business trying to do anything else other than closing longs, right, into this because we know sell side's going to take, or trying to short the look into this area and then the push back down. And because we're in a downtrend, I'd much rather play the top edge than the low edge. Do you get what I mean? Because probability is more on our side if we're playing this edge in a downtrend, the reoffer, instead of like trying to counter trend the scalp, right? It's the same thing on NQ at this 141.60. We already identified that there was absorption at 141.60. That was our original short location. So nothing changed about that area, right? We put that in chat. That's that 141.60 was already identified as where they got trapped last time. Here, let me show you that on NQ with our pathing next to it, so you can see that. I have to turn off pathing. I'm sorry, because I have to zoom in. But I want to show you, like, this is the same thing with our delta next to it, right? Like, this is where we saw them get trapped last time into 160, 140, and then we rotated down. And then it's like, this is just playing back down into this lower basing that we talked about. So it's the same thing. Like, it's just like we've very clearly created two, oh my God. Sorry. We've very clearly created two areas, right? Our auction is located in two spots, right? It's this guy here for our lower auction, and then this guy here for our upper auction, right? This is that pivot. Sorry, there you go. Right, they're very clearly taking in here. And so as long as this isn't able to sustain and then bid and push off of this, we know that we're going to continue to just watch to see what sellers do here, and that we're going to be watching to see if they can now hold this 100 for rotations back through to down to these lows into 040. Right. So that's all. It's just like everything's kind of like at a pivot at the same time. So it makes more sense to try the opposite direction until we see a shift outside of this. Right? Like if we flipped this and then went supportive, like I know we're going to come back up to this 200 where those buyers are in our 30-second opening ranges. But like as long as we're holding and showing that same interest, then I just expect us to kind of rotate in between this participant and this participant. Especially with Russell leading, which like it has been for most of today for the downside. Like that's been our kind of our narrative. Does that make sense, or is that confusing? It's okay if it's confusing. You just have to ask questions and then I'll answer them. What are the settings for that? It's on MNQ. I think that it's a bit clearer on MNQ Club compared to NQ. And our settings, it's the 30-second chart on MNQ with our delta bubbles at 200 vol threshold and 50 GBX on a 30-second chart. That's your bubble. Yeah, I look at both NQ and MNQ at the same time, but for intraday trading levels like that, where I'm looking for larger size, especially when we're a little less liquid, like we are right now on NQ, I tend to focus more on MNQ's delta because I think it's a bit more obvious. But like the obvious thing on NQ is we know that VWAP's at 140 on NQ. We know that there's a seller that's sitting at 130 on NQ. And we know that there's a big pivot here at 100s with our daily POC here at 100 and our value lows at 040. So it's very similar level-wise with how we're setting up. But yeah, I think MNQ shows it a bit better. Same thing with MES, actually. Just because we have there are more transactions. So I can see these like smaller auction pivots a bit easier. That being said, ES was very obvious with its delta bubbles in these areas. NQ has just been pretty tame lately. It's much easier to read for me on MNQ. I think ES works either way. Here, like this is what this looked like on ES. In the same area. So like, what are we seeing here? This is that 86 to 90 area. What's happening here? Well, we had a seller who pushed down, right? And then a buyer who got trapped above. and then couldn't do anything with it, so exhausted. And then we then retested into our 86, trapped, rotated back down to this bid here. Right, so it's again just this lower auction, and then we're just rotating in between while we wait. And that's that. So it's a bit easier to see on ES, but it's the same thing. NQ is just so garbage lately. I don't know what to say other than that. So I've been watching MNQ quite a bit more. I have 4 contracts left on MES here, 91 stop. I've taken off most size. I just had limits fill as we were yapping. But just back to our pivot. But we held where we needed to, which is that POC like we talked about at 75s. Bid stepped back in. Nothing really else to do. We know that this is the base. We already talked about that. We know buyer sits here. We had to flip below. So again, it's just a battle between this bid that steps in for the higher low for rotations back to our seller. And right, our buyer sits at POC. Our seller sits at POC. We're looking to see how they interact between these two levels, like we already discussed. There's nothing else here until we either step below and offer, or step above and then are successfully able to bid. It just is what it is. It's range. Right? What we're going to do is we're going to end up, we have 2 distributions right now, right? We have, let me take this off so you can see. Do you see how we have this LVN here? Low volume node. So we have this node here, and then we had a node down here. And do you see how we're now creating a node here? Well, what's going to happen is it's going to turn into one equal node, and then this will be our value high, and this will be our value low. And then we'll have like a POC here. And then that's how we create a new distribution, and then we'll figure out like, is this going to be 3 separate auctions, or is this going to turn into one auction that's very clear on a singular node as we form this out? Which is what's more likely to happen, right? This will be our value high, this will be our value low, this will be our mid. And then as we try to hold this line, right, and these auctions form together and merge into one balanced auction where we rotate between these 2 pivots, we'll then figure out which way we want to go on a break of these highs or a break of these lows. And that's why I think that these pivots are pretty sound right now. Because we know that like what we're going to be anticipating for the upside is a very clear hold of this upper edge, right? And a very clear hold of our downside is going to be a very clear flip and then hold of this low. And until then, right, it's just balance in between. Sorry, I'm trying to not make this too messy, but I want to like go over these concepts because like as soon as you see like the distributions and then the reoffers, like the market like really becomes a lot easier to trade, because then you just trade around the pivots and then you have like edges that you then put your risk at, and then it's just rotations until we see like a shift, right? Okay, I'm done yapping. Hopefully that was helpful. So we need to see a weakness on Russell here again. Or again, we will look for this rotation and push up. You don't want to be shorting a market if Russell is building higher lows and has no signs of weakness yet. It's more likely to sustain, take out these highs first, if Russell wants to continue pushing. So we need to wait to see what they're going to do because RTY is moving. We don't want to be shorting preemptively. We want to see if they're going to take in size up here and then rotate us back below this 85. Or again, we will be more likely to rotate back up to this high if we can't get back below this low, right? We're inside this auction right now with Russell lead. That's why we don't want to be shorting in a market where bid is stepping up. We look for that weakness, we look to see if they'll absorb, and then we look to see if we rotate back through.
Just a heads up, Trump's NATO conference is due to begin shortly.
I'm stopped on my my short there. On my four.
And he's arrived at the podium. We'll
We're
get the
seeing
video out
some
soon again.
buyers trying to step
Remember,
in
it's
here.
on the economic hand on the left-hand side on the 11:15 Eastern Time event.
We're going to watch to see if we hold these highs on Russell. That'll lead to another leg up, probably to our VWAP at 505 would be my guess. But let's see what they do.
Trump says NATO summit was very successful.
Again, this is just balance, like we talked about. We're just building out that singular node. That's literally all we're doing.
We have posted out a better video of where Trump is speaking.
For NQ enjoyers, I would assume that if this 140, 160 flips, we rotate up to 200. If 140, 160 continues to maintain, then there's literally no change, and it'll just be a rotation back down to 100. Right, this is what I'm talking about. It's just a box, bro. Like, don't overcomplicate it. Is Russell pushing up? Are we holding higher lows? Is there a trap that we can play off of? Are we going to be able to sustain outside of the box high, or do we trap on a look above and fail and then look back below for the rotation back down to 70, right? Like, this doesn't need to be incredibly complex here. Just like your rationale is, are we trapping outside of this value high, or are we going to shift? Right?
Trump says we'll see whether we keep oil down.
What happens if they fail to sustain at our highs? Well, we then trap, look for the lower offer, and then look for the rotation through value, right? Like, don't overcomplicate a box. It is balance in a downtrend. We look to see how we interact at these edge highs. We look to see what we can do here. I'm more than happy to stop out here if we're going to hold where I was shorting originally as supportive at this value edge, right? But if we step in and then we look down and then rotate, then I know where we're going to go. And I'll get back in because then the trade makes sense. Again, we are holding our value edge here. We are rotating up to this value edge here. It is a auction. Does that make sense? Do we see the shift of the pivot? Do we see NQ leading and pushing up to our secondary target off of that failure? Do we see how we flipped our pivot and now we're rotating up here and we have that momentum? You don't short. Do you see how we traded our value low to our value high? And this is your first risk off on NQ if you were long off of this flip. See how we traded back down to our POC here? Do you see how NQ traded up to our 200 like we talked about on the flip of 160, 140? It's the same thing. These levels like are there. It's very clear where they are. You just have to be willing to trade around them and not be stubborn. I took off first risk into 96. You should be able to take off a little bit more into 500 and then 506 on any push up. What am I saying that's making you choose the wrong direction? Or do you just have like a bias where you're preemptively trying to short before we actually see the lower high? Are you just trying to like get the best possible entry and so you're not allowing like our zones to play, Michael? Like you need to be able to like ask yourself those questions. This is why journaling like actually has real like value. I know you guys don't want to journal. I understand. I get it. But like these losses where like you have a full narrative to play around, these are like the trades where you have to go back and like actually look and be like, oh yeah, like I was literally just like doing myself a disservice here. At 488. Yeah, so like that's, you can't, you did see weakness, but you also saw a flip of our pivot, right? So what are we back in, right? This is incredibly important. What have we done? Why is that weakness at 48 not the same thing as a look above and fail? Why does it matter? Because we have a value edge here that we're looking to maintain, and we have Russell holding above as well. So is there some Russell weakness here? Sure, right? But there's no follow through. What are we looking for this to matter? This is our weakness here that you saw at 88. It's a pullback to retest where our sellers were last to see if buyers are there now, right? We are back into that upper auction. This is your secondary risk off here on ES and NQ. If NQ can build over 200s, you go to 260. This is what our test is now. Again, it's the same thing across the board. Look, we are trading in this auction right now. So what do you need to see? Yes, you need to see that weakness at 88s, but is that your entry? Or is that your arming mechanism to then look for that weakness back below 85s where we've been shorting the market over and over again? Right? What has been the vehicle for me to look for shorts? Have I been shorting on the look inside? Or have I been shorting the touch, look back in, and then the rotation through? Right? We know that we're in two auctions right now, right? And we're building this out to become a singular auction. So if we're holding our value edge low here, you have to be willing to stop out of that trade if we don't see that weakness below our pivot. So you did see the right
Trump
thing.
says we have to produce defensive equipment faster.
Right? And so I think waiting for that secondary move instead of trying to be the primary is going to help you a lot because you need to see that weakness first. Remember, you're on sim, bro. You don't control the market. You have zero say in where we go. And so you can't trade with the primary seller. You have to wait for initiation and play with the secondary seller because you don't move price. This is our target on Russell into our 58 to 60. off of our flip, right? So let's see if we lose momentum here or if we can hold. If we can hold above 98s, we rotate back up again to like this 505 area. I'm unsure what we do here. You totally do. And that's why I really think it's important that like this concept of rotating between a lower and upper distribution, I think is very helpful. Look at how I have drawn on NQ. I think NQ is very obvious, and ES is very obvious with our pathing. What are we looking for at that 88 like you shorted? What are we watching for? The step down, right? That lower high on the look below. And then we use that 88, that seller that you saw, to that 85. That becomes our risk. That's the concept that I think that you're missing. Do you see how the lower high is what allows us to then use that area as our risk? Because we saw that seller initiate there. So then we use that high where you looked for that original short, and then we actually trade that as our rotation down, right? That becomes our area of interest that we want to be holding on that retest for then that rotation through, right? It's the same thing on NQ as well. We're looking for that primary seller to step in and show interest there, but then we want to be playing off of the lower high back through to play through the auction. That then becomes the area, our stop. Right? Because without it, all we have is a potential flag forming. And then it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? Well, I don't have an answer for you yet, right? All we know is that we have a value here and that we have longs who are going to be attempting to hold this value low, and they're looking for a rotation back through value back up to this high, right? That's all we know, is that we have a bid who stepped up, held this low, and is now rotating here. And now what we're looking for is, are they going to be able to maintain that value high for continuation, right? Because we're back into this auction. This is that upper auction. This is where our seller was last at this value edge. So if we enter back into value, right, we have to see that look in, that fail, that lower high, and then that becomes our risk. Later, sauce. This is target anyways. Let's see what we do. I'm taking off another one here on NQ. I keep thinking that the secondary move is not going to happen and it'll just blast through. Well, even if it blasts through, you're still into that value then. And it's okay to miss a trade, but like, it's better to miss a trade than to over leverage in a preemptive move that's not going to lead to, okay, so let's actually think this through, because I think it's really important, because I'm sure you're not the only one with this thought process. I am looking, so you're like, I have to short here because I think that we might sweep down and immediately go all the way through this. Like, okay, well, if that happens, what does that mean for the market? Do you think that that's going to result in no opportunities to get back in? If we don't, like you will see another rotation. Like, balance is balance, man, like regardless. So what we would be expecting then is something like this if that occurred. So let's say instead our seller, let's say your sell side logic played out, and instead of this buy side, let's say that this was resistance and you got the perfect high entry. Where would we be looking for sell side to be sitting for this continuation down? Let's say the opposite of this played. What are some things that we could be looking for our next areas of interest? Well, let's take this is where you shorted. What do we see here between these two profiles now? So this is your value high edge here into that 88. If this is going to be our rotation, let's delete that. Let's delete this. So this is now our new auction between these two participants. You'll have another opportunity, right? Like, it's you're just going to have to be patient and wait, because we'll do one of two things here, right? We short here and you're looking for a rotation down, this would be your primary target at POC. And then you'd be looking for a lower high ideally, and then a rotation down to value low, right? This is still balance between this participant, oops, and this participant here. So you'd be just trading between these two. And we know that in balance, if we hold highs and we rotate down to lows, we'd then be looking for, you know, this to then hold and rotate again. Like it's still balance. You'd have another
NASDAQ 100
opportunity,
index pairing dropped to 0.5%. It was down as much as 1.2%.
So like, let's let this holds.
Trump on weapons making says we can quadruple output of munitions.
If this held and then we did a full bar down like this, where am I looking to short?
Trump says Lockheed is to establish sustainment facility in
Here,
Europe.
right? There's no change. So if I miss this high edge, I'm looking to then play around this short edge at our value low. I don't need, like, either my opportunity cost is here and then I'm playing this rotation, or I'm looking for this to then hold and then rotate below, and then my next opportunity is here. And either I miss it or I don't, right? But like, to me, there's just not enough information here. All we know is that we're holding where our previous sellers were, and we haven't shifted back below. I'm out one more here on ES into our 30-second opening range. You're fine. I'll let you catch up. Okay, I'm gonna just put my trading history here next to it. Again, we had this lower auction where we found that buyer, and until we get below them, there's nothing more there. So that has to be where we risk off. We have this seller here where we created a distribution and we were absorbing. This becomes our upper auction here, right? This is that 85 to 91. This is this right here, right? This is this guy. So we have these two clear participants. We have this upper guy and we have this lower guy, right? We're at the same areas on both of these charts. Actually, let me just lower this a little bit so you have the exact same. Do you see how we're just trading between these guys? So until I see, what did we see here that made this a valid short at 85s? What did we see? What are we looking for here? Why did I stop out here? Well, they're holding where this buyer is, right? We're holding that edge. We're not looking below it. So for me, until I see us rotate down, I'm looking at this as a potential bid up until I see us look in, flip, and then offer. Right? We held where we needed to and rotated up instead of looked in, offered, swept, and then pushed down. Right? Like that's the whole pathing. It's like, I'm not looking to play within this distribution. I'm looking for them to take size, and then I'm looking to play off of that absorption as our risk for then the rotation through the known range, because this is value. If we enter back into here, I know that we will rotate through. That is a principle of playing a value of a volume profile. That's a clear distribution, right? Like we're looking to see if we either get back into our value edge for the rotation through. That will lead to us trading within this auction, right, between our 85 and our 75, or we hold our 85s and then we'll then look to then rotate back up to our 95, right, where this guy's selling. And then if we flip that, I know where we're headed. Well, we're going to be headed back to our previous seller that was sitting here where we took our original short. This is our daily POC at our 30-second opening range where these big sellers are sitting. So I need to stop out here until I have proof that this isn't going to flip. What's my proof? Well, I know that Russell has momentum. So why am I shorting a market where Russell has momentum? I have to wait for Russell to give me the signal. Right? If Russell has momentum, why I cannot short. So what are we doing here as NQ's holding POC to value high?
That gets to Q&A with Trump.
And ES is holding our 85s where we were shorting before. Well, Russell is flipping our pivot as supportive and heading up to our next pivot. So there is no short until Russell gets back below and shows that lost momentum, or you are actually setting yourself up for failure. Right? This is our shift. What was our short logic on the last attempt? We saw Russell take in our pivot, fail, and then rotate down off of it. What do we see here instead? We saw a higher low bid and then rebid for our rotation up to our next area of liquidity. That's the trigger to let you know that you can't short until we see that weakness, right? Just like we talked about. Do you see how being like preemptive on a level and not waiting for confluence is incredibly harmful? So like, yeah, you may have had an okay trade there, but like just waiting for RTY to have that loss of momentum into our pivot and for that take for the lower high is really going to help you not fade a shift. Because now you're just like,
Trump says Iran ships at night, and I don't like that.
You're shorting the potential right side of the V on the break of our distribution, right? The breakout of our box. The breakout of our box.
Broadcom shares extending gain, session high, up 6.2%.
I don't know if I'm helpful or not. I feel like I am, but maybe I'm not. I'll wait for you to respond before I keep yapping. But if I tell you where my stop is and that I'm stopped out, I mean, it's probably good logic to not take a short. Just as a general rule of thumb. There's nothing here until we flip above 510, 520. This is all just absorption. Hard res to me. As long as Russell still has momentum, I'm assuming that this pivot's going to hold and then we're going to rotate up to view up. We'll see if that plays or if this is going to fail here and then we'll get that lower high from 58s to rotate back down to 52. Right now, it's just about building here above our halfway back and trying to sustain this rotation back up to view up. that'll probably be the full loss momentum if we are able to shift above this. I personally don't think that there's any more upside on ES until we can shift over this 20. This 510 to 520 is like pretty clear. And it could probably trade to 15s, but like 15 to 20, I need to see us flip for me to have any confidence in continuation. God damn it. So something that you guys can do, and we haven't talked about it in a while, but remember, Stacked has confluence signals, right? So when we get
Musk says on X that we will continue to refine 1.5 T foundation model, and 2T model will finish training this month.
an
2T
RTY
model will be
stacked
available to customers
signal
next month.
on
Again,
our
post on X.
breakout on ES, also a pretty good sign of like, oh, this is potentially a reversal. And like, are we holding POC of our previous 15-minute candle on the break? Like, yes, right? Like that's our breakout. And again, like just play the Russell momentum. Like I can't make your life so much easier. Just play when market has full confluence. Don't play when it doesn't. You're going to miss some moves, but it doesn't fucking matter. Take better setups. Only take trades when you have all of your criteria met, right? That's how you create your filtering. I had so many people ask me like, what's your A+ setup in DMs this weekend? What's your setup? When all of my confluence is met, dude. Like, what do you mean? When I have more confidence in my strategy and I've got high RR and low risk and everything is trending together. Like what? Duh. Do you think that I value a bounce on NQ by itself the same as I value a full market participation bounce with Russell into VWAP or Russell into a halfway back and showing it as like a supportive hold with NQ and ES there with a trap trader outside of value? No, like that's a very clearly distinct difference in trade quality. If we have a trapped trader, if we have Russell confluence with NQ, right? Like that's how you create your grading system. Is like, what's the higher probability to play out? How many of our variables are being met, right? That's how you create your grade. And then you go and you backtest and you try to find 100 examples of that trade.
According to the information, Binance is to cooperate less on crypto cases, and Justice Department warns staff in memo. Trump says, I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them, again in reference to Iranian leaders, says that Iranian leaders are now more rational. I'm not sure I want to make a deal with Iran.
What?
Trump says, I'm not sure I want to make a deal with the Iranian leaders, and let's just finish the job. Trump says we have an oil glut right now. Trump and Iran says this will end very quickly.
All right, boys. This is now a really important test for us. We are now back inside previous day's value on ES and NQ again. There's no more upside until we show that we have an interest here to sustain our previous day value low. So we're going to be watching to see if ES will maintain this 500 area to then rotate up. Same thing here with NQ.
Iran stepped for
As
a
we
minister
rotate into
says
this
Iran must
240,
speak to Trump in his own
260.
language, and he understands the language of force better.
And we're going to watch to
S&P
see
Chairman
if we
Schlegel says
find
we're
a
ready
bid
to
here.
intervene in FX market if needed. Schlegel's commenting in a presentation in Zurich.
We have some buy side that's trapped at our highs, right at our 510, 515 area where I said yes would top out short term. We're now watching to see what we're going to do from here. Do we sustain? Do we find an active bid willing to defend this recovery of our previous day value low? That is the question. That is all that matters right now, is are we going to find an active bid willing to defend previous day value low on both ES and NQ right now? If the answer is yes, right, we're going to be watching to see if they hold this, and then if we can then do something like this. Same thing here on NQ. Can we hold the higher low and then shift above? Failure here will look like this instead, just like before. It is incredibly important that that buyer tries to defend this low here on ES and NQ if we're going to show any sort of interest back inside value, or it's the same exact absorption that we shorted this morning off of that failure at our highs. The same level, same everything. There's our bid, just like we talked about, watching to see what we do here.
Trump says, I don't think the Iran war will start again. SME Chairman Schlegel says medium-term inflation pressure almost unchanged.
incredibly obvious bid at our value low.
Just keep an eye
It's-
on WTI crude.
Again,
Just Trump says that we will make things safe for
incredibly
oil,
easy trade.
and Trump and Iran says we're not looking for long term.
Just risked off half there from our bid at our
So reminder,
lows,
as Trump
rotating back
said
up to
earlier
highs.
that I don't think war with Iran will start again.
We now
see a
watch to
little
see
bit of
if
movement
we
towards the
hold
upside on the
above on the
S&P
look
500,
above
not so much.
POC2 value from yesterday.
WTI, it's a slight move down again, not really a whole lot of movement here. Trump's mixing positives with negatives in his commentary.
If we recover a value area and we take the high, we will always look for the low to be defended. We are back inside that auction. We trade auction market theory. If you don't understand that as a base rule, you need to read, you need to backtest, you need to go and do things because you are clearly not trading the same system as me. If you are fading me, again, like, I just don't know what to tell you. You're literally fading the thing that I just, like, we're back inside. Like, expect bids to try to defend that low after testing this high. We're back into that auction, just like the same thing at this shift. Now we watch to see if previous day POC to value high is going to hold as supportive on a look above, or if the same resistance is going to hold. With this bid here at the lows, we can have a bit more confidence that they will try to take out that high. You know, it's still unproven, but it is definitely has a higher probability of trying to play out. Beautiful hold of our PVZ levels as well. Like, even if I wasn't here, like, brothers, like, I cannot make this easier for you. What did we just do? We retested previous day value. We retested our PVZ value. We flipped our VWAP as supportive after testing our daily POC, right? Like, every single thing is telling you that this is where we're going to bid, at least attempt to bid. PVZ value low from our POC hold, right? Retesting this is now an auction, rotating up to target. Previous day value low, previous day POC as first target. Like, I cannot, like, if you need entries, like, have confluence, multiple triggers that all work together. Where did I say we were going to go? We're going to go to Russell VWAP before we figure out which leg we're going to do next. It's just a reversion trade off of a failure at our lows. So we then revert back up so that we can find out what we want to do before we do our next leg. We know that this is where resistance is. You risk off into that. And then we wait. Just so you know that I'm not talking shababby. Like, I want to show you that I took the trade, right? We added to our position with our logic. We added on the bid. We added on the flip. We rotated back up to our 15s. We took off risk. We played this entire move up, and we're able to then average
Fed bids
in
for
more.
10-year notes total $4.1 billion.
And again, we know that there's like huge absorption into 15 to 20. So to me, until we can flip this, like, I just risk
That
off.
concludes
into it.
remarks from Trump.
Let's see if we can hold POC a previous candle for continuation, get over this value, show interest, Russell into VWAP and PVC Got to get back over this for anything more, in my opinion. You can try to hold runners, but understand that this is our edge high. We have POCs holding us supportive still so far. This hold at 300s is really good for us on NQ, man. That's our value high on the day. And yesterday's POC, this 300, 320. If we can build here, this would be huge for us. Here, let me switch over so you can... Again, this is our pivot based off of our pathing. So we got to flip this if we're going to go up.
S&P 500 index pairs drop to less than 0.5% now.
Do you see how we're trying to build here, where we have that secondary leg where I've drawn? We're watching to see if we can sustain it, or if they're going to just absorb and then fade it. I don't have an answer yet, which is why I've taken off size. Again, the probabilities are on our side with us holding our lows that we want to take out highs. But you know, it's one thing to have probability on your side and another thing to have a sell wall that's taking in everything. So I'm always going to risk off in a known liquidity and then just try to leave a runner as the Hail Mary. We can always add more to the position if we do flip. It's not a big deal. This is Russell and the VWAP here at 66. Yes, holding our POC to value from yesterday, that 15. Trying to push. Got to get over this 20, man. There's so much size here. Same thing with NQ here into 50s. Offer here. See if Russell can flip our VWAP at 66 to rotate up to 73, 74. Or if we hold here. I just don't know.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the US with a 10-year note auction looking to sell $39 billion in the 10-year note reopening. Prior high yield of 4.538%, prior bid cover of 2.57. Just looking at some research then from JP Morgan strategists, they flag unattractive valuations and a less supportive macro backdrop as reasons for more of a concession required for the auction to be digested smoothly. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 137k ultra 10-year note futures and net short 809k 10-year note futures, potential sources of current demand for the auction. Pakistan's foreign ministry urges all sides to uphold their commitments under the MOU. German lawmakers approve €12 billion warship order from TKMS. Five minutes ago, to begin the 10-year note auction, prior high yield of 4.538%, prior bid cover of 2.57. Pakistan says there is no alternative to continued engagement, dialogue, and diplomacy to achieve shared goal of peace in the region. And Pakistan remains ready to continue playing its role in this regard. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says MOU between Iran and the US was not established on the basis of trust, but rather on the clear mechanism of commitment for commitment. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the US is creating challenges in Strait of Hormuz and Iran will protect its interests. S&B's chairman Schlegel says a strong rise in energy prices is the main risk for global economic development.
Okay. 50 seconds
1 minute to go now to begin the win
until
issued for the 10-year note auction.
news and new 15s. Hold them where we need to. Just taking in size at supply. Not bad so far. Russell at
To
VWAP
State
though.
Department official, China's notification of ballistic missile tests on July 6th came only a few hours before the launch and failed to provide sufficient detail.
Yes, testing our value high of our PVZ from period 1 and 2. This is where we've seen a very clear shift, or lack of desire, I should say, from buyers to show any interest above this value high. So this is a big shift if we see that interest start to show above this
10 seconds.
after this news, right? So far, there's been no desire. We're watching to see if that desire is shifting, if we can build above this edge and start to go to build out this tail of our profile.
4.586%, 4.586%.
A very easy concept for you to get an idea of potential price targets when we see
Also,
a
State
structure like
Department
this.
official says China's rapid and opaque nuclear weapons buildup is of great concern to the South Pacific region and the world.
Is if we can build above this edge, take the value low here to the low as a measured move and put that above this edge as a target to then create a full D profile. But we got to see that desire to step above this value first. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Though with the logic there. Right, so this is our current value for the session. This is the price that formed outside of value. So you take this measurement and then you'd be measuring the same move above. And then that would create a full profile. And if we don't do it today, right, we're going to be expecting that this then would be like our upside target. If we are
Surely
able to
expecting
hold
the rest of the day to have the 10-year note auction.
something like this in overnight, probably, if we do, hold these lows. And then flip this 20 absorption, I would assume. But we'll see.
OpenAI says they're introducing GPT Live.
What does that mean? Just wait for Russell to find its low, and then we should be good to go. Watching our halfway back now. It's a potential higher low. Need to get over VWAPs for continuation.
High yield of 4.58%, 4.58%, with a bid cover of 2.59. The US selling $39 billion of 10-year notes and awarding 40.29% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 7.78%, direct 10.73%, and indirect 81.49%.
I think if we can't take out this high here at 60 to 80, NQ has to come down to 315, 300 first before we can go.
So that's a stop through 0.6 basis points.
If we don't see this bid try to hold here.
SME's chairman Schlegel says energy prices also drive inflation in Switzerland, while other factors have been negligible.
Just keeping an eye on it. We need to see like Russell like pretty clearly defend and then show that interest, or coming down here is still bullish in nature, but it's just like there's not enough peer up into these highs yet to do anything with it. So we'd be looking for a pullback then to previous day POC to this edge here. We'll see what they do. But with Russell weakness into VWAP, right, we need to see that bid start pushing again for continuation. And if we don't have that Russell continuation, then we shouldn't expect continuation on ES and NQ in any sort of like valuable way, right? It just doesn't make sense to look for that follow through without full market participation. So like if we don't have that desire to continue to push, then we'd be looking for this to pull back to where buyers were last, which is our daily POC here and PVZ POC to VWAP. Right, and there would just be a pullback for a liquidity before we could continue onwards if they can't get over this pivot for right now. Right, just that's like the logical place for us to head if we can't do it. So we'll just continue to watch to see how we interact here into our value edge of our previous 15. As long as it's like an inch or a bar, who cares? It's just balance. But if this fails, then we'd be looking for, again, just like a pullback into that area. Back to the POC of this candle first. Right, we just like apply basic logic, right? Like as long as we're maintaining, it doesn't matter. But if we don't, like where would we pull back if we don't have the desire to push higher right now, right? If we don't have the liquidity we need, it's like, okay, well, where did we find liquidity last? Where was the last known buyer that showed interest? Okay, well, here and here. And for RTY, it's this 59. We've got a lot of liquidity here. And we have a lot of liquidity, I mean, really, like here. And then we have some liquidity here at 62. So like Michael, this is where like the logic that we were talking about before makes sense, where like you don't have to short value high, but I mean you could, but right now they're trying to form a lower high, right? I don't know if it's going to play out, but your risk is very manageable here with the lower high in place, playing off of the absolute high, right? And then you're like looking for this to break down. Like I don't know if this is going to play out. We're very slow. I don't short lunch hour, midday chop. But like if this was a different period, this is where I'd be watching for this rotation with that lower high, because our risk is very clear. That's like the whole point of what we're trying to achieve is clear areas of participation. So like if they want to put in the lower high and we then put our stop right above that, it's like, okay, we know we're wrong if we then push above and hold. I don't short slow markets with Russell at a potential support though, but like that's what we're watching for, is that like very clear lower high. And then we just keep an eye on it. And like if these guys can't hold this low and we do pop above, that'll be a long trigger as well. So we'll just have to watch and see. But again, like all we're doing right now is holding where we need. We are trading within the value of the previous candle on both ES and on NQ on the 15-minute. This is why our pivot is what it is, right? Here, let me turn this off real quick so that you can see. Do you see how we're just inside the value of this candle and we're looking for a breach and hold on either side? And if we hold this pivot as resistance, I'm going to be looking for us to push down. If we can hold this pivot as supportive, then I'll be looking for that continuation higher. Same thing on NQ. It's just value rotation right now with buy side trapped above, sell side trapped at lows. Two-sided. We're looking for a breach. Breach and sustain. That gives us direction. You've got what, FOMC minutes at 2. Washer's first minutes. So we'll start to see what his bias is. If anything's going to change. That'll probably be our first sign today. Good bit at Russell on our liquidity there at 62s. Watching to see what happens at our halfway back though. ESNQ still just trading within value of our previous 15-minute candle. No interest outside as of yet. Just chopping. Makes sense. This is supply. Trying to eat through all of this absorption. So far failing. New 15s, opening at POC of previous candle and ES inside value. NQ opening below POC. Watching to see how we interact here. Just balance, but in our supply, like we talked about. Very slow. Midday. Remember, your best trading is not done midday. It is done in the morning when there's volatility and liquidity. So if you are still sizing and expecting the same volatility and the same movement, right, at the same speed as the morning auction, you are still missing that like different periods of the day to have edge, and other days, other parts of the day do not. You cannot trade the same way you trade in the morning, expecting the same things, right, when different regimes are in control. If liquidity steps away, you have to understand that you're not going to get the move you want at the speed and at the rate, at the same rate, which is why we usually avoid midday. Right? It's just like the move might play, but it might take an hour and a half for us to break out. I don't know. Are you going to continue to stop out at our edges while we rotate in a box between our value low and value high of this candle, looking for a breakdown or a breakout? Or are you going to hold the runner, right, for the next hour looking for a breakout or a breakdown? It's up to you, but understand like your circumstances, right? Like that's the most important thing, is understand the market in which you're trading and the environment in which you're trading. I'm just cleaning this up. I'm just redrawing this box. This is again just our value here.
Iranian Foreign Minister on X says we do not answer vulgarity with vulgarity, but with action.
RTY holding our liquidity, pushing back up the highs, watching to see what we do here. Got to get above VU up for really anything. Low look above on ES, really important to see if we'll sustain or if we trap. What does a trap look like? Well, we fail to sustain the highs, and then we look for the lower high for the rotation through, right? So we watch to see how these buyers interact here to see if they can bid this and sustain the edge. Just like we have drawn. What does it mean if they can't? And then we trap this. Well, then we would probably take out our lows because then we'd have a catalyst. Oh God, it's on auto. So all my charts are getting skewed. There we go. Yeah, I mean, if we can sustain where we were absorbing before, Zeno, then yes, for sure. It is so important. It is imperative that we push above this and now sustain this high. Right? Like if we can hold our buyer here, right, just like we have drawn, it is incredibly good for ES for us to be able to push up, right? Like this is where that big absorption is into that 22 to 24. So if we can push above this guy and hold it like we have drawn, incredibly important for the market to now hold this on a look above and bid.
S&P chairman says we are at 0% rates. The bar to go into negative territory is high, but if necessary, we would do it.
And why do we care? Why does this matter? Well, because we already know the target, previous day value, right? Like what? Right? Like we already know. Like if previous day POC wants to hold there, we want to rotate up. Okay, we'll go to that naked POC at 42s, right? We'll go to the Asia high. We'll go to the London high. We'll hold settle. You just got to show interest. We should get a retest. I think it'll be Russell VWAP from the other side. That'll give you your retest and bid. We got our bid here on the flip, right? On our liquidity level. Now we're watching to see if we can find a sustained bid on a look above, and then we can look for day open for continuation on ES and NQ. That's going to be my guess of where our next like real trade comes from. If you're not already long, that is. For ES and NQ, just like our value hold on our daily is going to be important, right? Our break of this pivot and this absorption here. First target is going to be this 30, and then I'm assuming we're going to retest and then go on our way.
The Nasdaq 100 index turns positive, erases drop of as much as 1.2%.
Not tradable. I mean, it's only not tradable if you're looking to fade a bullish market that is just consolidating, looking for continuation, right? Like I said, like the move is going to happen. It's just not going to happen at the time frame that you want. It's just lunch. But like we're in an uptrend holding higher lows. We just need to breach through our supply here and then show a sustained bid. Nothing invalidated at our lows though, right? Like we held where we needed to. Again, like look at our 15-minute. We held value. We're still sustaining POC. Even in this chop, POC's continued to hold as supportive. Right? Like nothing has invalidated. It's just took longer than you wanted. Same thing on NQ, right? Like lows held, breached above. Russell held our pivot. Next leg, push up. If we can get this flip of our VWAP, then we'll be golden. Later, Zeno. I expect this to be a supply here on ES short term into our like 32 to 40 area. This is where we'll look for a bit of a pullback. And then we'll look to see if we continue onwards afterwards. Watching Russell at view up here. See if we can sustain above, or if we're going to need to chop here a bit more, flag it out, retest our value edge on ES. Unsure. We'd be watching this area though, if we do retest. And this area here on NQ. And do the same thing on Russell as well, just to have buyer trying at 420 on NQ. Nothing really of note yet on ES. There's a person trying at 720, but we already knew that. That's our retest. Got to move charts. Russell holding view up so far on first test. Been doing okay. A little lackluster on ES. Very clear on NQ. The 420 buyer is really trying. I still think we'll probably get a pullback. I'm thinking this like 72, 74 area will probably result in it first. And then we'll look for some sort of like retest like this, and then flip, and then rotation like that. I'm assuming that'll be what we do. But we'll see. They could just go. As long as this POC is holding at 420 and we've got potential. If not, then I'll expect us to come back down into that. Watching our 72 here on Russell. Again, I'm not looking to short the market. I'm looking for a pullback to continue trend. There's a very clear difference between the two. Just because I'm spotting areas of potential weakness does not mean I am shorting. We are in an uptrend. We are holding above VWAP on Russell. I'm watching to see if Russell rejects here at 72, 74 so that we can get a pullback and retest of our VWAP area with NQ and ES coming back down a little bit lower as well to retest these buyers. This is our 30-second opening range here. This is our 30-second opening range low on RTY at 72. I think 26, 28 is probably on the table for ES. If we maintain this lower high, just to retest to this guy at least. And we'll see what we do from there. If we're going to get a deeper pullback into these lows, or if that's going to be able to hold. Just watching now. A little absorption so far on ES that's noticeable on the lower time frame here. Just watching Russell weakness with that right at our 72. We've got a buyer really trying here at 440s on NQ. I'm watching our reoffer into 3450 on ES to let us know if this is high is going to hold. If they do that, then again, it's probably going to be a 28, 26 situation would be my guess of where we're headed. Again, there's someone really trying here at 40 on NQ. That'll be our real sign if that guy sustains. This looks like a similar participant is the one that was at 420. There's your Russell pullback
Nasdaq
from
reverses
472
course,
at
last up
VWAP.
0.1%.
There's your offer at that 34. Rotation down. Let's see what the bid does here. We're looking for Russell to show interest at VWAP for continuation. Absorption is at 450 on NQ, just like at that 34 on ES. Just watching this retest here. If the offer continues to maintain that, then there's potential still for us to pull back more. Russell still no bid yet at VWAP. Our first signs of life will be looking at this buyer at 28 on ES. It's 28 to 26, incredibly important to let us know if we're going to have to do the full rotation down to 20s or if they're going to be able to find a bid here at POC to value of our previous candle. So this is our first area of potential life. Same thing with 420, 410 on NQ as we push into this. Is there a bid that wants to try to rotate us back up to this 34 offer? Or is this seller going to step in and then we come down to our value edge on the daily first? So this is our test here. And again, this is just to see if our higher lows are going to maintain where this buyer attempted at a higher price, or if we need to come back down to known liquidity, right? Are buyers confident enough to support and maintain the previous highs, or do we need to come back down to the larger time frame pivot? That'll be our test. Yeah, ES testing and Q testing as well, right? Russell into VWAP into our 66, 68, all important. Again, yeah, there's potential to risk like 2 points here on ES. It's still just a knife catch right now. We haven't seen the actual bid step in, but watching this 26, 28 area to see if we're going to hold here and bid, or if we're gonna have to come back down to that 20 fully. But your stop should be sitting at like 25, if anything, if you're trying to play this 26, 28. Because if we don't hold there, then again, we'll rotate back down to 20, 21. There's no reason to give up 4 points extra. Let's see what we do here. Still no bid yet. Just a lack of sell. We're watching to see if they're going to step in to try to shove this. Still waiting on Russell to show some excitement here at VWAP into our 26, or sorry, our 66, 68. If they get that bid, then NQ and ES will get that movement that we want. Again, no reason to size heavy yet. No right side yet. Just dipping down into known liquidity. We have a very clear edge below us as we push into our 66, 68 on Russell. Moving this over just so you can see it if you don't have it up on your own screen. We're watching for reactions. This is where our primary buyer was last on NQ into 390, 400. Watching to see as we push down into Russell if we see any movement here. I'd love to see us get back above 400, 410 from this bid here at 390 if we're going to go up, with Russell showing interest at VWAP here. And of course, ES testing our value edge on the daily. Retest would be beautiful, as well as our 20. Just a huge area of absorption here that we're looking to bid off of. Let's see what we do. Good push. See if they can do anything with it. How tight is your stop, bro? Just like we're testing into our value edge. It's the only thing that matters. Just we're watching for a reaction. I don't know how violent it's going to be. We're just pulling back. There's just a lack of a bid. It's just sell side stepping in. Just patience. This is where we want to see buyers at our edge. Just wait for our reaction at our edge and look for the pop and then the higher low with Russell showing interest. New 15s. Still waiting on Russell to show interest here, 66, 68. If there's no interest, again, we don't have a valid bid. I can't reiterate that enough. You wait for Russell for confirmation. Our levels will play when Russell finds the low. We look for the retest of our levels, and then we have a valid trade. There's no reason to oversize while we are waiting for our trigger. This is our area of interest here, our 520, where we thought we would pull back if we didn't hold that 26.28. We are now into our value edge where we expect our bid to be. We are watching to see how we interact here. I'm just moving this down while we're waiting. It says ES into PVZ value. We are going to be looking to see if 380 is offer from here. And we rotate like this, or if we can hold and then rotate back up to our 420, 440. This is where we wanted to see this bid on ES and NQ. We're watching to see if we can hold and sustain and rotate, or if this is going to fail and then offer. Watching to see if Russell holds here as well. These are our primary areas of interest. A bounce anywhere into this 10 to 20 is good for ES. Ideally, we hold 15 to 20. But, I mean, we're just waiting for Russell to find a bid and for this area to hold. If we can hold there, then we're good. Remember, we're looking at a 30-second chart on a daily pivot. So expect some chop and some barcoding and some volatility. This is our daily value edge. Do I expect a immediate
Senior
clean
administration
retest?
official
No.
says the US has notified congressional leaders of the decision to rescind Syria's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism.
Yes, this is why we're waiting. This is Russell VWAP at 66. This is our trigger, as well as our NQ pivot here at PVZ value. And our POC shift on the daily. This is just like a super important area. We just need to see Russell show any sort of pressure. Without it, there's no bid until then. It just is what it is. Using RTY as your trigger is the best thing that you can do for yourself in a pullback. Just wait for it to find a bid. We have very clear higher lows labeled. Yeah, and I won't be here, but GG's. Later, man. I'm just playing this last trade. If Russell finds a bounce, and then I'm gonna dip, I think. Because we have minutes at 2 o'clock, so that'll create some volatility, and then I'll head out. I'm not trying to stay here the whole day. I should have left it 12, to be honest. I knew this was going to happen where we did like really nothing. It happens every day. I don't know why I stay. I think it's just because like I feel like you're gonna blow up if I leave.
So in 10 minutes time, we're expecting the FOMC meeting minutes.
Watching for a flip of our pivots here from our bid at our lows. If Russell can show interest above and NQ can show interest back above value here and bid. Same thing with our 80 level on NQ. It's like this 23, 24 area. And yes, we're looking for a bid, looking for Russell to find this low. Again, we have FOMC minutes in 10 minutes. So I don't know how long this trade's going to last, or if we're going to get follow through now, or if it's just going to chop here. I don't know. But I know what I'm looking for. Pretty lackluster so far. Buyer a bit absorbed into 390 there on NQ. I don't know how to like reiterate that trading 12 to 2 is just not good. I don't know how many times that I have to say it, but like it's just not good. You have news in 5 minutes. Like there's not going to be a good market movement until that comes out. You have a complete lack of bid and you have no follow through on Russell. You're not going to get the action that you want to see, no matter how much hopium you have. The market will fade and pull back to known liquidity until a buyer shows that it has interest. We know that ES wants to hold this 510, 520. We are rotating back down to that. We are waiting for Russell to find a bid, and we are coming back down to known liquidity. The only areas of follow through that had potential where this was that look above and hold over this pivot on 80 and here at this 23.24, we didn't see it, right? We saw a lack of follow through. We are rotating down until we find a buyer that will actually bid. It might immediately jump back when FOMC minutes come out. I don't know, but we don't have the liquidity we need for day trading. So you can't day trade no matter how much you want to. Like it just is what it is. Again, like your market conditions are not meeting your expectations because it is not 9 to 10. We are in a different auction. Liquidity and volatility dries up midday. I just like your expectations need to shift to a mean reversion midday until we see the buyers that we want. That you need to avoid. Yes, that is, it is the most important thing is avoiding bad trades. It is the only thing that matters. We're just rotating value here. Your job is survival, right? It's the only thing that matters. You can take as many good trades as you want, right? But if you take one bad trade and you hold it and you give up all of your good trades because you're too stubborn to know when to trade and when not to trade and to listen, right? Like you give up all gains. The only thing that matters is consistency in what you're doing and the setups that you're taking. You have zero edge if you are not consistently taking the trades that matter. If you're taking a bunch of nonsense setups that have no merit and have nothing to do with each other, right? You skew your results. Your playbook doesn't matter if you then take 10 trades that aren't in your playbook. You wait for your setups that have merit. You trade those setups. If nothing calls out to you, if the things don't play that you want to play, then you don't take a trade. It's really that simple. This is not a complex thing. The problem that people have with trading is that they get in their own way. They try to do too much. Your job is to just be as consistent as possible with the things that you do. We're just setting this up for minutes. I honestly don't think anything has changed in anything that we've talked about. I just think it's a pullback to known liquidity while we wait.
So XAI introduces Grok 4.5, available today in Grok Build in Cursor on all plans and from the SpaceX AI console.
If there's one thing that you can do for your trading,
10 seconds to the FOMC meeting minutes.
It's fuck off after 12. Like I cannot reiterate that enough. Your edge is trading with actual speed, with actual volume, with actual participants that are moving the market.
The Fed Minute says FOMC committee members' concurred statement would convey commitment to dual mandate goals and emphasize the FOMC will deliver price stability. The Fed Minute says most participants preferred not to repeat previous statement language, suggesting an easing bias. Fed Minute says in such scenarios, almost all those participants indicated some policy firming would likely be warranted. Most participants pointed to scenarios in which inflation would remain elevated due to AI-related demand and Middle East conflict or tariffs. Fed staff forecast for inflation in 2026 and 2027 was higher than in April forecast, reflecting Middle East war and the effects of AI build-out. And the Fed Minute says Fed staff GDP growth outlook was a bit lower than April forecast. SpaceX shares drop to 2.6%.
No change on Russell, still holding our pivot and area of interest. Just looking to see if we have any pop above. I want to see if we have any interest here at our 84s, our 8084s here on this edge on NQ. Same thing with our edge here at our 2324 on ES now that FOMC stuff's come out.
Spot gold little changed after US Fed minutes, last down 0.9%.
See if we can
And
find
the US
a bid
dollar
here,
holds
or if this
decline after
fails.
Fed minutes, last down 0.16%. We have posted the FOMC June meeting minutes on the feed for those interested.
Good bid so far. Russell showing some actual interest here at our 66.68, now looking above, watching to see if we can flip our 72s. That's our big area of interest here. It's our 30-second opening range low and retest of where we lost momentum last. Again, our 510, 520 area on ES held. That was where that absorption was. No change there. We're watching to see now if this 20 edge is going to be supportive on retest. We have a seller stepping in here at 410s on NQ. I'd love to see 380, 390 rebid from this and show interest here at this edge for that continuation back up to 440 from this. Watching to see if we'll show that interest here. We would love to see a bid step in like that here. Trying to like keep it out of the way, but also have it informative. Okay bid at 24s so far. Same thing with NQ at our 390, 380, but I want
US
to see a
Treasury
bit more
2-year
follow
yields
through.
also trim rise, last up 5.41 basis points at 4.216%.
Good edge holds. Just retesting our offer from before. Just watching our edge, see if Russell can show interest. We want to see this breach. That'll be a great sign over 72s if we can do it. If not, it's just a rotation on NQ and ES now that we've done our full range. If you look at a 15-minute, it's pretty clear with our value edge here, right, where we're testing. Got to get back into this upper auction. We held our lower auction. Remember, that buyer was at this 420, 440 before. So that's kind of that pivot. While we are waiting. This is that. I'm trying to highlight where we get back in. There you go. See if they bid this on retest here. This is our value edge on the daily on ES and Q into our area of interest. Russell trying to bid the higher low. That's the only thing that actually matters if we can do it. If that'll give us our follow through we need if we can actually sustain above. If not, right, like all we're doing is trapping liquidity here, and then that'll create a catalyst for a breach of our lows if this fails. God, I hate midday markets so much, man. Such a waste of time. This is why that these are the only areas that matter. This is where sell side tried to shove us down, and now the bid is trying here at this 380, 390 on the other side. We have room up to 440 where this absorption was into this 440 to 460 if we can hold here. If sell side can, sorry, if the bid can hold this 510 to 520, then we have room. If we can get over 540, we explode to the upside. So as long as this pivot is holding, we're good. As long as this pivot is still showing interest, we can at least trade back up to here. We're just waiting to see which way we go. If this guy fails here, we rotate back down to this range low to 330 until we can figure out which way we want to breach, because this guy then would be trapped. We're watching to see if that defend here. Same thing with ES here, 510, 520. If this ever flips and then re-offers 510, then we have a lot of trapped liquidity above. As long as this is maintaining, the buy side is still trying, and as soon as we step over 540, we can go up. We're just stuck because this is such a big pivot. We're watching our deltas here. This gives us meaning. That's why we care about these areas and why we're caring about these pivots. I have to move this over. It's just like so in the way. New 15s opening now. I have to move this over. There's no change. It's like no longer actually to scale. Okay, like pretty clear pathing. Like trying to keep it on screen, but like out of the way of the candles. It's hard. Just gotta wait for pivots to break, man. Russell failure at 72s, rotation back down to our 66, no change. Failure to get back into our upper distributions, no change. Just back down to our 20s here on ES at our pivot, where we're looking for bids. Same thing with NQ here at our 80 to 90, same bid as before, no change. Would have to pretty clearly flip below this and then reoffer for me to think anything else other than what we've already discussed. I'm gonna go put lunch in and go heat up lunch while we're waiting for something to happen. No reason to just sit here. Be right back.
Iran and Qatar discuss Strait of Hormuz incidents in a call. So a bit more further info. According to the Iran's foreign ministry on Telegram, foreign ministers of Iran and Qatar in a phone call stressed the need to continue communication and coordination to prevent escalation of tensions in the region. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $73.52 a barrel, up $3.08 or 4.37%. NYMEX diesel August futures settle at around $3.65 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at around $3.10 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $3.21. Vice President Vance says if Iran tries to close Hormuz, the US will respond. In 10 minutes' time, we're expecting the US consumer credit forecast 17.5 billion, prior 20.73 billion. So according to Sky News, Labour would absolutely run against Farage in a second by-election, quoting the deputy leader here. Brent crude futures settle at $78.02 a barrel, up $3.86 or 5.2%. So Jerusalem Post says Saudi Arabia is advancing a plan to sideline Israel from the India, Middle East, East Europe Economic Corridor, also known as the Peace Railways Project, by rerouting the corridor through Syria instead of Israel. In under 5 minutes' time, expecting the US consumer credit forecast 17.5 billion prior 20.73 billion. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. Still waiting on the data. Minus 0.182 billion, minus 0.182 billion, lower than the forecast of 17.5 billion.
We have posted the US Consumer Credit May report on the feed for those interested. Wall Street Journal reports that Iraq agrees to the US's demands to halt dollar flows to Iran-backed militias. Nvidia shares extend gains to 4%.